Hey, Rose.
Objection.
Hey, Fire. And I'm doing all right, Rose. I'm just finished making food, so I'm gonna be plating that up real quick. Yeah. Make sure that my salt mill has some salt. Also, ad's gonna be starting soon. But for the most part, that's not a problem because of you guys having subs for the most part. Hello.
Surprise.
Hey, Fire.
Your stream, it's been invaded. Hi, Bess.
Yes, he's there.
He is being adorable. That's what he's being.
Yes.
I am also having a snack so I can take some pain meds because my body decides to hate me today.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's fine. I simply have to do what I must.
Yeah.
It's the Bessie boy, Bessie boy, Bessie boy.
Yes.
Sorry, my brain's still shaped like Bess right now, so just give it a minute to sort this out.
It's all good.
I'm actually excited, really excited because I haven't experienced this game in the Ace Attorney series.
Well, this is actually a collection of 2 games. There's the Great Ace Attorney 1 and the Great Ace Attorney 2.
Holy shit.
Yes.
I didn't realize it got a sequel.
Yeah, the Great Ace Attorney has 2 games.
The more you know.
Alright. Let us switch over to the game and play screen. And then also have this be streamed over here.
Holy shit.
Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna adjust the audio, or can I?
Ah, yes. Do you wish to preserve your hearing? If not, too bad.
Well, unfortunately, I can't adjust it for myself or the Discord, but at least I can adjust it on stream.
Yup. Hang on. You are streaming on Discord. Hang on. Ah, Jesus. There it is. I'll just lower it on my end a little bit.
Yeah. We shall begin a new game on the Great Ace Attorney Adventures.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Oh shit.
The Adventure of the Great Departure.
Time for Meiji era investigation.
I'm okay.
Streamer down! Streamer down!
I'm fine, thankfully.
You startled the boy. You startled the boy. They're just like, what happened?
Yep. That transferred over.
Oh, fuck. Excuse. We barely started. I'm already dropping the F-bomb. My apologies.
It is completely fine. Alright. The money has been transferred.
Yeah. Also, Rose, I totally read that in the smooth criminal style. Father, are you okay?
Alright, let's get this game properly started after that. 22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, I don't quite know how to pronounce that. Defendants Antechamber 5.
Yeah, it's judicature.
Okay. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How could it be that just beyond the doors of this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate?
Uh-oh, our boy got framed.
What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Of course it's Ryunosuke. God damn it. Okay.
I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. Nah, lower the stream game volume a little. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me, I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. And there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe in you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kasuma Asagi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. He's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all of this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been dreaming of this forever. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements as successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse your studies in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the universe who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. Like this. Go ahead.
No, I'm just chuckling.
Okay. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple.
That's what made me laugh. I'm sorry.
I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple.
Of course, the moment the British Empire is mentioned, everything goes downhill.
Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay to enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. It was straight after that. And that's when it happened. I don't quite remember who this was, but I think I
Would you like me to
remember.
take a point?
Nah, it's not a female character. It's still a male character.
Got it.
Asogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Sogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at a university before. I see. I'll go at once then.
I shall accompany you.
Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma.
I want to say the vocal break you had earlier perfectly fits his character.
This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba.
I just clicked to the character's name pun.
Yes?
Naruhodo, it's a very, very common phrase. It's, I think it's, like, that's it. I think it's more, it's like what it translates to, if I remember correctly.
Probably. I don't quite know.
Either that or I see. It's one of the two. But basically, it's, point is, I just caught on to what they were doing with that. God damn, okay.
My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. And as I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked, and never be granted again. What? Ah, as I suspected. You were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once.
Oh boy.
It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway.
Goddamn.
And this is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. 22nd of November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Ooh, did not mean to press that. Lots of military and other uniforms are in here. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial.
Oh, that's always a good look.
A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin.
Oh god, it's you. Of course it would be you.
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the
Shame will be
defense.
brought upon you and all your descendants.
Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That is correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. What's the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be what? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikitoba told me everything, just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dream of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I can bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikitoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well.
Well,
The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you've undertaken.
Oh boy.
My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do your job. Oh, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But... wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of button. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press button for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence we've collected. Try switching to people with button. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press button to go back. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Let's take a look at the court record real quick. University collar pin. Proof that I'm a student at the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. Postmortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by blood loss from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. We can examine it a little closer. Which shows basically the same information. And then here we can see the people that we've
Yup.
relevantly encountered for this case. Kazuma Asagi, a second year at the Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend and, despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Yujin Mikotoba, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensics medicines and Kazuma's mentor. Takatsuchi Auchi, the lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the cultural reform has brought about. John H. Wilson, the victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire.
Oh, yeah, that would explain why it's so hush-hush, because it's literally an international incident.
Yep. Find the victim in the people section of a court record and press button to present. Try it now.
Yes! And present it.
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
He was a visiting professor. Come on.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty altogether after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has just been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Purely Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides you your education. Have you no honor? Ugh. I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Cause of death? Well, obviously that was, BlueSky. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Or present. Do it now.
Yes!
The post-mortem report. Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhaging death due to gunshot trauma. I have to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right, the post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we could assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this this modern scientific evidence into the record. Photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's a photographic print. Oh, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to our drawing. The detail is incredible. We could even magnify glass to see details a little better. Sorry.
Woo.
Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court of the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikatoba? Yes. Clearly, you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asuki must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is this. Rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Yeah, there is no explanation why his headband just billows in an unseeable wind. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the lead waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It doesn't really bother me. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's becoming a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court will listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. Wishes to listen to the witness's report. But... the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defended Naruhodo.
Well...
Don't worry, Yonosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around the table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do?
You'll have a moment.
I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your partner tells you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have gone to Yume University otherwise. But you can't just always follow rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I've just got to shut my eyes and say it. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me, dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of the events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. Waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. So, the court has now heard a precis of the case. Yes. At the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, and the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we're looking at a black and white case here. Yeah, let me take a look at the business card real quick. Never mind, I can't. Can't take a proper close look. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue the matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Would it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Or are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. We'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. A young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
You're definitely no saint.
Ugh. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck mouth of yours will be silenced forever. Yes, that drumstick young mouth of yours.
Drumstick young mouth! You must have food on the brain right now.
A little yes. The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
Oh boy.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Hello, Shay. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yesanosa, reporting for duty, sir.
I see what they did there. God.
Myself.
God damn it.
Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Kyoryo Kurekuta, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually make tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. Can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them.
Yep.
He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Atrocious. Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. Was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir? This man says impossible to understand as the other.
It's just jargon, my dude.
But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
Yep.
Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Regulation beefsteak.
Huh?
Yes.
I'm sorry, regulation beefsteak?
Yes.
Yes, that is his dialogue, yes.
Myself,
He
I was...
is Mr. Soldier Man, so yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Oh, interesting.
Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed a vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! The wicked university cadet, sir! A cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
Assailed.
Assailed. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes! All I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. And when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... bang. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess, the Hachibaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is
that's
asserting
corrupted
its
by the habit.
right to a cross-examination. Yes?
Mm-hmm. It's a right, motherfucker. Yeah. Yeah. Ouchie is scum.
Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant.
You made the most cartoon sounding. Good job. Fantastic. Beautiful.
Gotta get some more food real quick.
That's okay. We'll just watch Kazuma's headband flowing gracefully in the wind. He conjures a breeze just by the stance.
So, does anyone know how Kazuma is able to conjure the wind around him? Oh, the wind doesn't get conjured by him, it's running away.
Kazuma cuts through bullshit. Trained his tongue like he trained his katana, or trained with his katana, I should say.
Yes. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then.
I'm already. Sorry.
It's all or nothing.
This first one is easy.
Oh yeah, it's painfully easy.
What's
Soldier guy says that...
the...
Hmm?
No. I was saying, what's the scumbag one who is like, she's too young to know what an examination is. What's his name again?
Ouchie.
Ouchie. But sir, I only ever attended the Ouchie school of lawyers. It said explicitly that only evidence requires is whatever Ouchie says is true.
Mm.
Yeah, Taketsuchi Ouchie. Also known as Winston Payne in later iterations.
Yeah, he's an ancestor of Winston Payne now. Speaking of pain, you say it and I feel it.
That was not my intention.
That's fine. Don't worry about it.
I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Now, as... You know what, I'm just gonna press every single one of these just to see the dialogue.
Yes!
That's the wrong spot to click. Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then, this beefsteak you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Attention! Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet.
So he's a foodie. Alright, he can't be all that bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This
Oh my god. Ryunosuke.
Attention!
Cutlet. Pork cutlet.
Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will, sir. On the double, sir.
No.
Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best.
God, Kazuma.
So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise? Negative. Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. Not easy knowing what questions to ask. I myself was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
Yes!
I have no idea what you're talking about. A koban, boy. A koban? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with said item secretly in my bosom pocket. In the hope of an affluent cognoscent. In the hope of an affluent cognizant appraised of its indisputable value being present. So, you were hoping to sell your Koban coin to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant? Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Is that so? Well... You little upstart cadet! You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination.
Insubordination, but sure.
No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might just be the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. That gentleman beside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes.
Yes!
So, you're saying you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative. I saw you. Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. But that's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table.
Mm-hmm.
And so what if I was? Well, if that's really the case, it would mean that you didn't, in fact, see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun.
Yep.
Ah! And double ah! My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy from radiating from your foul mind.
God damn it, yes.
Which means
I
a
mean,
split
to be-
second. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, to be fair, if my sixth sense was allowed in a court of law, at that point, you turn to the judge and say, "Your Honor, I rest my case." You then pull out an Uzi and a flamethrower, dual wielding, and say, "I'm going to wipe this this courtroom off the map and the entire legal system."
Yeah, with
shit
a
like
bunch
that.
of military officers present, they would gun you down.
Honestly, if at that point, if the military is as competent as the legal system, I would take my chances.
Ow!
Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, Cadet. Surely that's really not really possible, is it? Do you think I'd have gotten where I am today in the army if I could not sense danger in the air, son? Well, it would seem this soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back,
Bingo.
the cowardly little weasel.
Bingo.
Yep, there's technically 2 more presses to do, which I kind of want to
Yeah.
do.
Yes!
Sure.
So this black uniform university cadet, you're saying that was... Ah! I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. Who else do you see around here in a black uniform, huh?
Looks like
Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man. From behind his back. You call yourself a citizen of the great Empire of Nippon. You disgust me. What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency with what the witness just said, then Don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. I'll still do this one and then I'll go ruin Sergeant's day over there.
Sure. I love how delightfully petty he is.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Yes!
Does it count as petty when the guy you're being quote-unquote petty to is, like, trying to frame someone for murder? I don't know, that, like, seems...
Technically.
All I'm saying is, if there is a definition for totally and utterly justified, I think this would fall into it.
Oh, dude, it's absolutely justified. I'm just saying that that doesn't mean it's not petty.
But by definition, I'm pretty sure it does. Like, I'm pretty sure the definition of petty is an excessive, needless, and wasteful amount of spite.
Again, I've got. Well, we can go into the debates on the semantics of that another time.
But thank you, Dougie, for the 25 months of subscription.
Hi, Dogi.
And sorry to hear that you're tired. On your hands and knees? Could you explain that, please? That's right. Spurning the arthritis I was in order to retrieve the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to? The Koban, of course! The exquisite Huayra Koban coin! I had just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. Hence, I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened.
Gunshot.
You heard the gunshot, you mean? None other than, though it was no concern of mine, I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred? Indeed. Myself, I did not. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryunosuke. I know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is given their testimony by pressing button. Go through each witness's statements and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. Inconsistency. When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seems to contradict each other, present your evidence with button and rip the witness apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence of the court record and find an inconsistency with a witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again as many times as you like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner.
Yeah, we're saying that either he conjures up a breeze himself or the wind is trying to run away from him, either way. There it is.
This is inconsistent with this piece of evidence because, as this clearly shows, he was shot in the front.
Mm-hmm. That's where the burn marks are. So, how the fuck did the Are the bird marks there if he was shot from the back?
Yes!
Come on. Come on.
What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense? What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
Come on.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Cosima, what?
The master of twisting the words to suit the situation.
What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Yesanosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed a crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, what was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? Last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Get fucked. I'm only sad that you don't have a toupee to fall off.
There's been a complete turnabout in the mood for this trial. Just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about.
God!
I don't... Also, I don't know, Kayla. I mean, a toupee, mug, incompetent, lying little shit who can't actually do his job to save his life. I don't know. I feel like at that point the validity would be just a bit too on the nose.
It's mainly because his descendant wears a toupee, and at the end of the trial, in the first game, it went flying off. It was really funny.
Yep.
I figure.
Yeah.
But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's
Yes!
back. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man. You didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Oh, yes, you were looking for your Koban coin, weren't you? Indeed! The prized Hoei-era Koban. Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did. But heeded it not. But I heeded it not. For I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prized coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon.
That is ambitious.
Yep. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aochi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he?
It's also trying to influence the judge and onlookers
Yup.
by use of repeated phrase to, paint a perception.
Yup.
It's a trick a lot of, shall we say, less reputable news sites and newspapers will use. And also, funnily enough, it's actually got a recent example of this from a video game review. Because I was looking at one of the old Sonic game reviews that Zero Punctuation did just to see, okay, what was actually so bad about it? And I realized, wait, he never actually says anything specifically wrong with the game. He just keeps repeating the phrase, "This is so bad and horrible," over and over. But he never actually gives anything concrete. So it's a similar principle there. It's just saying something over and over. You don't need to substantiate it. If you say this horrible thing is horrible, people think, well, it's a horrible thing. Of course it's horrible.
Alrighty. onto the trial.
Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name Aido. Would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Aido, attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. A true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed. Alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes!
Well, before the judge got interrupted. These testimonies certainly are compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is that a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. A Netto photo was added to the record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
I think I have a hunch.
These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takesuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How could this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there is something going on here behind the scenes. And now's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Ugh.
That's how we all feel about him. It's okay.
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference in opinion, difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer. Yes, the opinion of a uniformed office.
I'm just picturing
I
a
don't,
building segment with a uniform on.
I don't know. To be fair, a block of concrete in a uniform and this guy, there's not really much of a difference in intelligence.
The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink.
Is it?
So there you have it. Have what? Tension!
No one can prove you blinked.
The sound of the firearm rang in my ears in the very next moment. I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Yeah, that you're both morons. And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused point in this most incriminating position as well.
No.
Isn't that so,
he
Cutting with the Sun?
didn't.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
He said nothing
Yes!
would distract him from looking for the thing, so how do you see it?
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time, but I've told you already that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at that time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there had been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. A quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? This is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. At a clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late luncheon following his appointment. The explanation could be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder... What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Yeah, sorry. Remember, you can request it for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful.
Doesn't hurt.
Should I ask for Dr. Willis's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Yes.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask that medical report card be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
I wouldn't say that.
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon. You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korakuta-san. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself. Now, let's look at this medical report card. Can I look at it? I can't. Damn it.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one. Oh. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, Cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, that's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the solely proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. And there's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryanosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail.
Now we can
How
describe.
exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press button and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use buttons to rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using buttons, you can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press button to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use buttons, buttons, and button to inspect any areas of evidence that look suspicious. It says Hada Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-time treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for that privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is a very bitter medicine indeed. Let's open it up. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I have heard of this anesthesia.
Oh, that blows it wide open.
Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed.
I'm guessing that's common for anesthesia, and that's what you caught?
Yes. Not just that, but the extraction of the molar. Exactly. Why are we in a restaurant after tooth extraction? Because you have to, in order to avoid aggravating or causing further damage to the site from the motions of chewing, you have to have softer foods to let the tissue heal.
But he was eating steak.
Or was he?
So it seems.
Well, the image showed someone eating steak, which means it couldn't have been him.
Exactly.
So yes, that's why I'm like, oh, there it is. There it is! Sorry,
It's all good.
No. Wait a minute. Why the flying fuck nuggets are you apologizing for being enthusiastic?
Because I latched onto that, my brain started running with the possibilities, and I tend to get a little overexcited.
You're fine.
Yes, you're getting excited. Noid, correct me if I'm wrong here, though I will frankly eat my hand if I am, but you like this game, right?
I do.
You wanted to share this game with like-minded people and peers?
Yes.
Yeah, see, Fire, when people share things they like with other people, they enjoy seeing those people, including people they like and respect, getting excited over the things that they are enjoying sharing.
Yeah, this is gonna be great.
Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Medical report card's information has been updated in the court record. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So, I think it's time we'll listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely.
And yeah, Dogi, I know that too. I've had molar extraction as well. So yeah, no.
As have I.
There it is. A false statement. However, I will do a precautionary save, because,
Oh,
fuck you.
absolutely. No, save scumming is absolutely encouraged in the Ace Attorney series.
Oh, this is Ace Attorney. I wasn't sure if this was because it looked like you were playing as Ace himself. I wondered if this was
no.
Ace Attorney or like a prequel to Ace Attorney or...
First of all, the protagonist you're thinking of, his name is not Ace, it's Phoenix Wright. But I know what you mean.
Right,
this is actually
right.
a prequel game set way in the past.
Yeah, this is called The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Specifically, this is the first of the Great Ace Attorney games.
All right.
We shall present this
Yes!
here. Well, I think, what are you withering? What are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Kurakuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my word so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Where he may or may not have gone before that time is completely irrelevant.
No, it ain't, motherfucker.
But that's, remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point.
Ever had a tooth pulled?
Apparently this guy hasn't.
Right.
Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further.
Okay, I have a follow-up. Just, like, apparently not, because he's fucking toothless! Anyway, I'm done.
Say, no, honestly, knowing his face, the doctor probably punched them all out the minute he came out the womb.
Damn, he had all his teeth when he was born. That's terrifying. Anyway.
Look, this guy was born like that, okay? He was just born just a snug middle-aged asshole.
Oh my god. Anyway.
The witness testimonies the court has heard have all been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have... This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? That outburst have petrified me, boy! Of course I believe it! How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hara Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Wow, you really did not do any goddamn research.
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't... Kurekuta-san. What, boy? What? Just as you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there is more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic.
Why be in a restaurant at all if you're alone and weren't going to eat?
Unless you are meeting someone.
Yes. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant's case have turned.
Boo.
Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke?
I'm
Yes.
gonna throw you out the window.
Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear
Soldier!
the court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been an as yet unknown third party.
I'm actually gonna go with the soldier.
No, he was seated with the other gentleman.
Yeah, but the soldier did say he was eating a steak, though.
That he was, but given the fact that we have a chance to prove that an unknown third party was at the scene, we'll take that chance.
Fair.
Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Attention!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It is clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, the two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Kurikoto-san?
Hi.
Oh, no. You were just following orders. Now, hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Attention!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave full statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order! Order! Counsel, explain
I thought
what's
it was
going on here.
Apologies.
Go ahead.
I was saying, I always thought it was interesting. I said, I'm sorry that I put you in this position. I'm like, why are you saying it that way? You know?
It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing of this! Then who's behind this? Who tried to keep your mouth shut? Hey, Courtney.
Beauty.
That's classified. So you're prepared to face the trial... So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say that we're sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. Let me take a quick peek at this, since we have the ability to rotate. Let's take a look at it in full. And this plan at the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. There's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly. That's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen. Oh, yes, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ryunosuke. Let's take a look at the other side. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Well, that's unexpected. What is it? Look, do you see where it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They'd be wielding it somehow here. Yes. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to keep the who tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. And of course, we'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How could we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. Besides the prosecutor, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is Satoru Hosonaga.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san?
Mhm.
The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make the witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For one, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit the court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure if we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest.
The front of the card.
Beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's
Ryunosuke!
what the detail is.
I agree. Go hit the fucking books, my dude.
Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say?
You just said to flip it!
Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession. But that's surely... Good gracious. And that's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? Yes?
Oh no. I'm just like, oh no, it's not just a detective. He's above. He's above just a detective, my dude.
Oh yeah. The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was he the one who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Hold it.
There he is.
Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Now, the court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say, you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course, your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover.
My god, Ryunosuke.
Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant lately. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. Excuse me. At the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable.
I
As I
saw blood
suspected.
there.
Yeah, he keeps coughing up blood. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. The Englishman had been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Cosma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. And then the court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that that under orders from the police bureau, I erase all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and order these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise, namely that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of our ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our government will surely be displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Jezile Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way.
I
And
worry
he
about your
dies.
health, dude.
The court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Jezile Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
I'm like, good, you've assumed your proper position.
Groveling.
Fucking ouchie. Yeah. God. Like, I do feel just the tiniest bit of sympathy in that he had no fucking clue this happened. However, that does not excuse his prior arrogance.
Yep. And this is a good spot for a tiny break. So,
Break!
get your bathroom breaks in, get more water, get more food, snackies, or whatever. Starting after my own bathroom break.
Break! So, Dogie, Rose, Courtney, what do y'all think? I love that Dogie and I had the epiphany at the exact same moment on. Oh, motherfucker, there it is. Yeah, vibin'. Vibing is good. Right? That's a fantastic point, Rose. There has been a suspicious amount of interference in this. It's very close to a mistrial. And Courtney, please eat. Don't push. Don't push too long. That does really bad effects.
I did just say to get snackies and water if need be.
W- Yeah, yes, you did. Also, I am terrified to ask what you misread mistrial as. Material. Okay. That's one. Oh, Lord. I don't know how you got that from mistrial. I'm gonna be completely honest with you.
Who got who got what from this trial?
A different word. Apologies.
All right, give me a second. I'm looking up the
Hang on.
stream just to see it myself.
No, it wasn't put in the chat. One moment.
Ah,
I have returned.
Welcome back.
beep beep.
Hey guys, send it to your DMs.
Thank
It's not
you,
dumb.
friend.
I'm worried about your vision. That's what I'm worried about.
All right. And real quick.
Courtney, no insulting yourself bad.
Right.
Yeah, I would recommend you get your vision checked just in case.
Yeah. All right. We return back to the game. 22nd of November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My head was in my mouth the entire time. Heart. I think it said heart. Yes, it definitely said heart instead of head. That is my misreading. But, you know, it could basically be the same thing.
Wait, did Noid actually misread it? Because I wasn't looking at the thing at the time. I thought there was I thought that was another Ryunosuke moment.
No, Ryunosuke said my heart was in my mouth the entire time. I said my head was in my mouth the entire time.
I mean, technically parts of your head are in your mouth.
Oh, Noid, buddy, slow down. Slow your mouth down just a little tiny bit.
I have tried.
You don't want to choke on your head.
Oh God! My head was in my mouth the entire time.
What'd you say?
I was just repeating what Noid said. I'm
Definitely a certified Noid moment.
Okay, I'm fine. That just It just sent me for a minute. It's fine. It's fine.
It's alright. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim
It's actually
sight.
pretty. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead before I continue.
Oh no! All I was gonna say is that that's actually kind of a terrifying visage, so it could have been an intimidation.
It was a
No, I'm
grim
just
sight.
imagining.
Sorry.
I'm just imagining him just going further. It's just further and further, and it's like your knees were knocking, your teeth were clenched. Yeah, I guess it's so important. I'm not done. You were absolutely pissing yourself. You look like an absolute whiny man-child. Honestly, you were so pathetic. I just wanted to shoot you then and there to put you out of your misery. Okay, I get it. Really,
Yeah.
just the most shameful display ever. Honestly, I don't know how you managed to get your okay.
Yeah, but Kazuma's not that much of a bastard.
It was a grim sight,
You're
but
right, he's
before
not
I
me.
knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again.
It was at this moment that his fate was decided.
Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Jessile Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him. I've never seen anything. I've never seen anything.
Oh, Noid
Noid.
moment.
Like
You
I've
might
been saying
wanna-
all along.
You should take a drink of water, bud.
Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of.
More than Noid
Yeah.
can say right now.
Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems.
Wow, just kick him in the metaphorical nuts.
Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, bang. So there's gonna be ads in 45 seconds. Ish.
Oh boy.
I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. As thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and
Also,
because...
Jesus Christ, Doge, getting my girlfriend caught in the crossfire like that.
Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining hall. Or dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his... If I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying,
I knew he was
Kazuma?
gonna pull that card.
So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he?
Care to elaborate?
If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Let's not forget who we're going up against. A gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you.
So real quick, while there's a moment, how did Kazuma get away with having a katana in the courtroom? Early days of Japanese legal reconstruction, specifically when it comes to the court. And because katana were so often seen alongside various other depictions of honor and upholding of justice and such, I can see how that may have been given a wave, at least early on.
Also, it's a freaking Ace Attorney game. If a guy can start beatboxing in the middle of a courtroom, anything can happen.
I mean, there is Francisca who uses a whip actively in the courtroom.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that is true. Francesca just deadass pulls a whip. And whips are so goddamn dangerous, yet people don't see them that way for some goddamn reason.
Down, Courtney.
No, that doesn't work these days, madam.
Yeah, not these days.
No.
Oh, wow, that was perfectly timed. I was talking about the whip thing. I didn't even see the katana point.
That's
No,
because I've
then.
got my eye on the chat.
I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
By the way, I can make Courtney a deal. Courtney? If you ever manage to get dual-wield flaming chainsaw katanas, I will allow you those. Because they're literally too cool to say no to.
I'm just watching Noid's face, don't mind me. I saw what you were doing. I'm like, Noid, you dork.
Just,
What did he do?
Your
He was
faces.
just pulling funny faces while you were talking.
Hmm.
But yes, the timing for the music to stop was rather well timed with Shay proposing the deal.
Yep.
Even the music is scared of me.
No, the music was just trying to see what bullshit you were about to pull out of your mouth.
Also,
And what?
Shay
And that's not scary.
Not inherently.
from Courtney.
Aw, that's
Also
sweet.
from Courtney. Also, Shay, no, because apparently I'm not allowed to touch the fire outside of work.
Mhm. You know why. You know why.
Yeah, can't really argue with that one.
Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Make your way back inside the courtroom at once.
Oh boy.
It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm
I
found...
know your character. Go ahead.
If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Kazuma does have a pretty face. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course.
He's got a bit of a regal air about him almost. But like in the best way. Not in
Yes.
a pompous way, you know?
Yes.
He comes across as an actual noble.
Correct. He comes across as someone who is noble and
In title and bearing.
Courtney.
I could hear the pause.
I mean, that a pretty woman like you'd be good for him.
And waiting for the I was gonna say and waiting for the impact in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I was about to say you have no shame until you get called out in a very specific way.
22nd of
Love
November.
you, beautiful.
22nd of November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2.
Here we go. The miss.
The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Well, you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down on our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry.
Don't be.
If the friendships between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on.
God, I love his
You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan, is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up! Shut up, you jumped-up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical.
How is it going to look if it comes out about how desperately things were just thrown together without actual justice being meted out?
Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the justice and its truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Jezile Brett. Yes!
Alright, let's see the battle.
Your Excellency!
I'm just remembering a quote from a character. What you really don't understand about the law is that truth, it's a flexible concept if you know the right people.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Oh, she's too old for you. She's over 18.
It's you. Right. Oh my god, they're god damn it, Judge. Judge!
Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussion takes place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name's Satoru Osanaga.
God.
I've been working undercover as the head waiter of La Carnival, but my true... Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosanaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first.
They are fucking falling over themselves. Jesus.
Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little early today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. You know, she has a swan on her hat.
Yeah. At the time, fashions... fashions got really interesting. Bizarre, even.
Yep.
Honestly, have fashions ever not been bizarre?
I suppose, but, anyway.
Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, Dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? The lady says her name is Jess Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in UMay University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese.
I'm trying to read the script.
It's honestly just gibberish that can't really be read properly.
Yeah, because I thought I could make out a couple of words, but no, you're right.
That's mostly,
Unfortunate.
yeah, that's mostly just fancy lettering to, you know, illustrate the fact that Japanese can't understand English.
Yeah, looking at it, you can see the repeated patterns to make it look like words without it actually being words.
Yeah. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so, unfortunately, present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order! Order in the court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Shh.
You have already proven that your judgment on conclusiveness and conciseness is, to put it mildly, dog shit, so...
Yeah. Well, it looks like it's clear now.
Please, if his opinion was dog shit, I'd put the dog down and spare its misery.
clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Witness testimony. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Press X.
Yes!
This is a condemning testimony indeed.
Did you accidentally click?
No, it was just that Ryunosuke did an interjection before I could read it properly.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, so very occasionally the game auto skips through text if a character has a at a time interjection to have.
Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Attention!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. Or blackguard.
Yeah.
Blackguard? Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
honestly they're both valid. Because I've heard blackguard be used before, so I think honestly they're both valid pronunciations.
Yeah.
It's tomato, tomato, potato, potato.
Filthy wretch flashbacks. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm.
And look at this Snow White angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine those words whose words the court is going to believe. I'm not going to continue with that voice. It's grating to my own ears.
I could fucking do it if you need me to.
No.
Please do. I want to hear it.
Streamer
still-
rules.
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm.
The hat's
Are you
big enough.
fucking kidding me?
I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm over here just like, oh, dude, they made guns specifically for concealment and stuff like that. Come on now.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun.
Madam, that is patently untrue.
Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Ah, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it.
Ryu, no! Ryu, no!
Yeah, Ryu, look carefully at two very important letters in the middle of your name and focus on them.
Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Yep. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. A frightening and sorrowful sight.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late lunches are en vogue, isn't that right? No. Oh, that is from Britain
Yeah,
herself.
you can see that is a clear. Okay, sorry. I'm so mad because I could have done that with the rest of the text. God damn it. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
No.
A decisive English no has quite a sting to it.
No.
The gentlewoman is
To be
currently
fair,
working.
to be fair, he's right. It's like nya from Japan and no from English. No is a lot more.
That is not no in
It isn't.
That is not no in Japanese. No, it is not. It's yeah.
Yeah, oh, so you're right. But either way, yeah, and
Wow.
look. Usually it's being yelled at really loudly, and it's in one of those hentai. No, you're a pervert scene. I mean anime. I meant to say anime. The anime. No, you're a hentai scenes. Point is, it sounded like they were saying, yeah!
Oh my god! Oh my god! You would be drawn and quartered, my dude.
Oh, please! Like, that's the worst thing I'm gonna be drawn and quartered for.
Oh my god!
The point is, yeah, and the blunt no, the no does sound a lot more direct.
It also depends on the delivery. But anyway.
Yep.
Oh my god.
The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Hey! Excuse me. I was scrolling. Elsewhere. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. But, shut up.
Also,
So-
wasn't Fire gonna be doing that voice?
Nah.
No, he didn't want me to, so it's fine.
Alright.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hada Clinic, correct? And that's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Was Miss Brett aware of the fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak in the pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. A print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and to be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water.
Carbonated water?
Yeah, apparently this
It's a
water is
real thing,
carbonated.
and I drink it. No, it's a real thing, and I drink it myself.
No. That's I know it's real. Why the fuck would you drink carbonated water after a procedure?
Is that a problem?
Yes, the sensation. He still had anesthesia, but you could still irritate the tissue on a wound.
Gotcha. Right, fair point.
Yeah, see, Doggy and I are on the same. Right? Like, wait a minute, carbonated water? No, that's bullshit.
Oh, and Dogi, given the cliche anime scene I was talking about, aka the fan service scene, kinda yeah. In that one specific incident, kinda yeah. Only difference is the amount of censorship.
So, here we have a small little bit of detail about Jezile Brett, a British exchange student who was studying under the victim at Yuma University's medical school. She is 24 years old, and Mr. Ouchie over here is 51. So... Shut it!
Yeah. How old was the professor? I'm just curious.
Wilson is
Just
47.
Okay. Well, was 47.
Yeah, was 47.
Well, now he's forever 47.
Yeah.
And Inspector Hosonaga is 29.
Jesus. Sorry, I'm just like, holy shit, he's already detective at 29? Good
Yeah.
God. Sorry, that... No wonder he's coughing up blood. Yeah, he's fucking overworked himself. Oh my god. Okay, sorry.
Yasunosa is 38, and Parakuta is 67.
Wow. Yeah, so... Yeah, the stress has already gotten to him. That's for damn sure.
They raised a glass of They each raised a glass of carbonated water. They each had a glass to drink, and this is apparently
Glass.
this is apparently from the scene as it was.
We know that was her steak that she was eating. So where's his glass?
If there's supposed to be a second glass, but it's nowhere to be seen. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, hmm?
1, where's the glass? 2, carbonated water? Anyway.
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke.
I love the disappointed friend energy you can just whip out. It's amazing. Sorry.
Also, as much as I want to press the other spots, I'm gonna present that after I do a quick little save, just so that my intuition isn't wrong.
Safety save.
Yes.
No, I'd be right there with you, bud.
Yes!
That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene, that it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd, very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ryunosuke, what is it about this print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. Cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor had said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah. You're quite right, Counsel. There is only 1 glass pictured here.
Attention!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae?
The court's supposed to do, jackass!
Tss. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on this case? Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious.
Sorry.
There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student has just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd.
That's tampering with the...
Oh, really? So we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What?
You're gross, dude. You're so gross.
No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she moved the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case.
You can't see, but I'm currently in the pose of, I forgot what his name was, but, from Evangelion, the guy with the glasses, as he just kind of brings his hand up.
No pose.
Yes, that pose. That was me just then, was just like, oh, you've already started digging your grave.
This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. There's a deeper significance here, it's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, you try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Bright stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun.
If a glass can fit in there, so can a gun.
You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire the gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting... Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Jess Albrecht's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order! 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 What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ochi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Kazuma? I'm not doing all those coughs. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, actually. Really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about.
That's your own fault.
This photographic print. This print is of a photograph This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through what's inside. And that's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ah! As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order! Order!
Gremlin sounds of impact.
Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, Counsel.
Nah.
The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed. And there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, and there is no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite the fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat.
Then you should be starving.
You were wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice.
To be
Not
terrified.
just a sham.
A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest.
Yes, there is.
Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well.
I know. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
There you go.
No, I'll mention after this.
Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time, after all. Smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all the evidence placed before me,
Yes!
I hereby find you... Yeah.
Look, even Sirius is protesting.
Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke, I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That's the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Your Excellency, just a moment ago, you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. This blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag that the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
That's not true.
You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny.
There it is. Yep.
Oh,
The first time it was shown, I was like, I see that!
however, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we can see the significant detail to which you have alluded.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly, that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Aochi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
No.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure, but if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. Take a quick look at this here.
Yeah, I was about to say, I remember seeing that on the griddle.
Yep.
Yeah, we can definitely tell where the burn mark was gotten from.
Mm-hmm. Now the question is, how did he get it there if he didn't order food for himself? Why did it end up on his wrist?
That is the question. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful.
I think I have
Yes.
something.
You're right.
Oh?
I think I'm piecing it together. But I don't want to say anything in case I'm wrong.
I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn to the victim's wrist to the case, then would you allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as he pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face.
Mhm.
Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves that what that burn really means. We already know what it means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Crime scene photo.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things that we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may
You
need
are
you to stay
so
with us a
fucking
little longer if you don't mind. Miss Brett. Go ahead.
I would say he's so goddamn thirsty. And simpering, but you know.
You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? Right over here.
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate and the victim's
Outside.
burn are exactly the same shape. Uranosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, the prosecutor ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago.
Yeah,
And,
that is a fresh wound.
Yep. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. It was no mild burn, that's for sure.
That is seared in.
Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hasanaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Auchi? Not Professor. Never Professor.
Never.
Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead?
See, I was thinking a potent paralytic or poison. So...
See how there's no
That
reaction
fits
at
it.
all?
She's trying very hard to keep up that game face.
Knowing what we do know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, Professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly, he has no grasp of the facts. No, Prosecutor Aochi. It's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered a burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget about your luncheon engagement. But
Good.
Your Excellency! The justice system in our court may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Ah! Yeah, Fire, you're a bit quiet on the voice acting.
Apologies. I was just trying to go for more restrained. It's fine.
Yeah. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Well, of course I do. I'm studying your country after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world.
I speak it. No, it fucking isn't. It is literally, and I say this in no hyperbole, it is literally the junkyard scrap of languages. It is the, we cobbled this together with what we found in our backyard and yet somehow it works of languages.
No. Not just your backyard. It's the backyard and the pockets of every other language they could get into.
Yeah, pretty much.
As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking their vulgar tones as much as possible. Fuck you! Sorry,
No,
I had to
don't.
break
He doesn't
character. I
deserve
had to
it.
break character for a moment. No, you take that back, bitch.
Also from Dogi.
I had to play the character. Yeah.
From Dogi. Shay, you don't speak Queen's English, you speak wholly different English.
I dabble in the Queen's English. But no, I'm well aware that I speak fluent Shay.
Have to get into character. This is the character, I promise. It's just the character. Okay.
You're fine.
I know.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of the English gentleman. If I'm making you mad, I'm doing my job. If I'm making you mad, I'm doing my job.
No,
I know, it's wonderful. Keep going.
I'm more laughing at Dogi's comments.
You take the queen for a dance here and there. Christ.
That...
I mean, not true. I do take my queen for a dance here and there. Right, Courtney?
So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We're truly honored by this. This lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
And show some respect for your goddamn country.
I know, I'm like, I hate your spinelessness. I hate your spinelessness so much. I hate it. Okay.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting more interesting. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Witness testimony. The victim's death.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses and toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides a gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. I hate you. I hate you. Whew.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you.
Yeah, Dogi, you and I are on the same point. I'm like, okay, it's obvious that she took the glass because it's incriminating. So I'm like, a poison or a paralytic or some kind of agent to incapacitate him. But yeah, I think it's a poison. I'm right there with you too.
Easy does it.
I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, my lady. Dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
The Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Huh? Thanks? Is that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that there's a little bully of a student, as you put it. Doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony... Sir, excuse me. I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with a cross-examination. Only after I have pressed the witness you'll have to dissect.
Yes.
Okay.
But his head was on the plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed.
Do you think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry?
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you?
Huh? What?
What fun! You hadn't realized.
The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Inosuke.
Woo! Damn.
Why didn't you tell me?
Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? I hate you. Stop demeaning. Stop it, you bitch, and stop simpering for her. Okay.
Oh, yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't.
Anyway. Oh, Jesus.
Yes!
I don't want to think about what he's into, Courtney. I don't want to think about what he's into. I don't need this shit. Okay.
Say, as you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn
I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you.
Okay, that is legitimately funny. That is legitimately funny.
I think it means the exact opposite. No, do not bless his heart.
Do not bless. No, not even in the fucking shade way. Don't. Just don't. He doesn't deserve it. Anyway.
Yes.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death.
Careful.
It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Attention!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Aochi is right.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace.
If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. No, you have not. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
There's something that has been the case for time immemorial, but it's fine. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
Oh no, perish the thought! Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, I, Takezuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dares cast such aspersions. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. That we don't have.
Yes!
Mm-hmm.
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Oh. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try and preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? Mm-hmm.
A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Shut it. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchi is finally starting to see sense.
No, he's just blindly
I very much
blindly
doubt that.
supporting her.
Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean... I have to find a way. There must be clues somewhere to help us find a chink in our armor.
A clink in her armor?
Yes.
Ah, yes, we're in Pokemon now.
A good old cheers in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no.
Clink, clink, clink.
About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking.
Whoops.
I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Let's go.
Yes!
I I can skip through all this because I'm not reading through all of it again. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful to not let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It all has to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so I should move the marker across and focus on the detective. Then pursue him and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Here we go.
Hello.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Yeah, what's the matter with this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He was really lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking about something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over, immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Oh, right, the FC event starts soon. I'll wrap up soon enough. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case.
Mm-hmm.
Inspector
There's
Hosonaga.
nothing disqualifying this.
Yeah. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Hello. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. Sorry.
Oh.
My bad.
All right.
Completely my bad. I was just in the zone.
You know, just go ahead and take my little avatar and
I
just
will-
put her off into the void.
No, that is completely my bad. Completely just my own bad.
Oh, we got a brain cell.
So,
Yes, it was that bottle.
what's that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. And this is where I'm going to save and continue from next week. Because
And I need to sleep.
yeah,
Yep,
you go
to
sleep.
But hey, what a twist and turns. That's
Yep.
how you know it's an Ace Attorney game.
Yep, and
There are always so many layers.
yeah, and we'll soon be through the first case of the game. Very soon, but I just saved. I don't need to save again. But yes, we got quite a lot of stuff done. And
Oh, absolutely, this is fun.
oh yeah. And I will definitely be continuing this next week with, once again, Fire joining me as a co-BA.
I will do
Hopefully.
my best.
Yeah. Yes. Next week, Wednesday, will definitely be more Resident Evil Code Veronica. And next Friday will be more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
Oh boy!
Yes. And without any further ado, thank you to all my lovely little boy names who come to watch me today. My name is Chaos/Noid, and that is Fire. We shall see y'all somewhere else in the void. Bye!
Goodbye.